Alright. Hello, everybody. Hello. Welcome on in. Forgot to refresh the cache on sound alerts. Make sure that that's working. Welcome to Return of the Obra Dinn. My understanding is that this game has terrible bitrate issues with the way that Twitch does things. But this is one of my favorite mystery games. Feel like streaming it. It's a mystery to me because I don't know what it is. Oh, Forky, you're in for a treat. I'm gonna start on a new save. The whole game, first time through, took me 6.5 hours. And I actually know what I'm looking for the most part now. So I'm going to hold myself to a higher standard than the 6.5 hour mark, though. Lost at Sea, 1803, the good ship Obra Dinn, built 1796, London, 800 tons, 18-foot draught. Captain R. Witterell, crew of 51 men. Last voyage to Orient, Cape Rendezvous unmet. Contact East India CY London office for inquiries or testimony. Blindfold run, let's go. No, hold up. We're deeper. That's no, dude. Forky, can you refund Duke? I didn't think I'd need to actually go through my point redeems and turn off the blindfold.
Company man woke me up.
This isn't a rhythm game, Duke.
You need ferry to the Obra Dinn. Not many eager for that job. Seems a bit late if you ask.
I didn't.
What's in the box?
I don't know. Hoist it up in a few minutes.
Hey! How?
Carefully.
So one of my favorite little things with this game is that there are two voices. There's a male presenting and female presenting voice that the main character can have, and it's just randomly selected. There's no option for it. It's just when you start a new game, it picks one of the two at random, just with a coin flip. Every game is a rhythm game if you feel the rhythm in your soul. I mean, I can kind of get that, but this is a game that relies on paying attention to little details and figuring out mysteries of who people are and how they died. And it's very difficult to pay attention to tiny details, visual details, if you can't see. think how impressive it would be to do it blindfolded. Oh, I'd have to. Not only would I have to already know the answers, but I'd also have to know how to navigate the menus properly, blindfolded. So just here's a dead body with a hatchet. Up top here, we've got I believe in you. Well, that makes one of us. I also okay. Sam's on board.
Oi! It's too heavy!
I believe in you three. Hang on, the guy's saying the box is too heavy.
It's too heavy. Take it yourself or open it here.
Mm. Return of the Obra Dinn, a catalog of adventure and tragedy. I trust that you now find yourself aboard the Obra Dinn. I expected this day to come, and my every intention was to tell this ship's strange tale within the pages of this book. Regrettably, failing health has allowed me to produce only the basic outline that follows. Your presence on the Obra Dinn is critical. I leave the discovery of its fate and completion of this book in your hands. The next few pages will seem bewildering at first. All will make sense in time. Use the pocket watch to determine the identity and fate of everyone aboard. Complete each chapter accurately and return the book by a guaranteed post to the French Office of Affairs in Morocco. Every time I see the word Obra Dinn, my brain immediately says aubergine. Yes. The old eggplant boat. Yeah, let me. Wouldn't be a bad boat. Obra Dinn, Obra Day, na na na. Life goes on. The bargain chapter will remain unknown to you. I possess the details within, but have elected to keep them private for now. Henry Evans. Yeah, the bargain chapter really brings the whole story together at the end. So I respect the decision to do that. So here you've got the I just took a sip. I know you couldn't necessarily hear it, but I have some dragon oolong celebrating the year of the dragon. It also really works with the trip to the Orient that was planned. But yeah, this is basically the ship's course. They came from the like southwest corner tip of the UK. I don't actually know what port's there. Sailed around the Canary Isles, past Cape Verde, and we're supposed to go here, but they never made it. So we'll see where they are throughout the game. This is the general layout of the ship. We've got the main deck up top that has the captain's quarters, passenger cabins, and then you've got the mate on the gun deck. You've got the mate's cabins for the bosun mate, the stewards, and the midshipmen. Basically, your main officers. The orlop deck is the third deck of the ship. Obviously, the gun deck also has where the guns are. The Orlop deck has the gunner, the carpenter, the purser, the surgeon. I don't know about the passengers down there. And then you've got the cargo for the passengers, the captain's cargo, the bosun's store, and because this is basically the bottom floor is the cargo hold. That's where all the cargo goes, and then the lazarette. So that's the general layout of the ship. Here's a list of everybody that was on board. You've got the captain, all the mates, the officers up top, and then there were several passengers, as well as down here the stewards, the midshipmen, the topmen, and the seamen. Seamen are your basic crew. Topmen work primarily in the rigging. Midshipmen are officers in training. The stewards tend to the direct needs of the primary officers, as well as the ship steward tending to, I think, the general ship needs. And then, obviously, the other officers do various tasks depending on which officer. Here we have a general picture of the crew, and every single person on the ship is somewhere in one of these two pictures. The exception being the signature here, which the game won't let me put in because I'm still tutorializing. Okay. So then you've got all the different chapters. They have a specific spot where you can find the corpse associated with each chapter. And then they've got a glossary at the back for anybody who's playing this game. The signature is a person, or the person should be where the signature is. The signature is a person. The signature is in the... If I go to the table of contents and then go to the crew list, there is an artist position. Because the pictures are not photos, they are in fact drawings. So the artist, Edward Spratt, rather than drawing himself, just wrote his own signature in the corner of the picture. Technically speaking, he is sort of right here. When we get to this scene that he's drawing, he is sort of just like off frame here. That's where he's drawing it from, hence the perspective being from this direction. But yeah, that's the thing. Now the faces on all of these people are blurred out, because even though I know who this is, because this guy was an absolute pain and linchpin that tied together a half a dozen different things the first time I played it through. The face is grayed out because the game hasn't given me the information to know properly who this is. But you might notice this face, however, is not grayed out. And I'll get to that in a bit when I get the option to put in names. Now, I said I was holding myself to a higher standard than the first time I played this game. And that higher standard is I'm going to try and see if I can input all of the characters only with factual information of knowing who someone is rather than guessing. Because what I ended up doing at one point with some of the characters is I just sort of guessed who could be who. But for anyone playing this game that doesn't know ship stuff, they're kind enough to include a full glossary that goes through the basics, like what's a bosun, a boatswain or bosun, foreman in charge of the general crew operations and the equipment required to sail the ship. The purser accounts for all cargo, value, and trade transactions, manages small items, store for the crew. The surgeon is your doctor. The carpenter is in charge of the wooden structures. The helmsman is in control of the ship's wheel and general moment-to-moment navigation. So, the one face that wasn't blurred out in that picture was the guy holding the steering wheel. And since the helmsman is in charge of the ship's wheel, it makes sense that that guy would be the helmsman. And then they've got the details about the decks. Orlop deck is above the lowest deck, containing storage cabins, animal pens, ship's steering tilling. And then here's the back. Memento mortem. Remember death. So here we get to the main mechanic of the game.
Captain! Open the door! Kick it in. Ah! Lest we break it down and take more than those shells! You bastards may take exactly what I give you!
So here we have a man being shot. And we can thoroughly explore everything that isn't whited out. There's actually 4 people in this scene. You've got this guy climbing the stairs with a knife in his mouth. But every body that we find in this game lets us replay the last few moments before the person's death. And we have to use those moments to stitch together, okay, how did he die? Obviously, he got shot. But who is he? I don't know. I mean, I know, but there's no reasonable way at this point in the game to know. So, this is the chapter, the end. Because this is the section just before the end of the journey. I think it was the butler with the wrench in the conservatory. Did I get it right? I don't know. Something about the bullet wound through this man's neck and upper chest area tells me that you might be at least off on the weapon. Also, Beck Hey, how you doing? Welcome on in. So, the face is still grayed out. And this is the tutorial telling me, oh, the face is blurred throughout the book. Blurring indicates you don't have sufficient information to determine their identity. Their fate may be known and can be entered now. Trying to name them while their face is blurred would be unproductive. Carry on and pay attention. Faces become unblurred when information necessary to identify them has been revealed in some way. So at the moment, face is blurred out. Don't have a good way of telling who this is. But I can say this man was shot. Nope. Poisoned. Yep. That's what I meant. Shot with a gun by an unknown attacker. Well, they called the guy Captain. So, presumably, he was shot by the captain. Because they said Captain opened the door, and then he opened the door and said, "Take exactly what I give you!" and then shot him and gave him a bullet. What kind of game is this? Is this like Clue? In a sense, it's a mystery game where you're able to look at the last few moments of people's deaths, like right before they died, and you have to try and work out who everyone is and how they died. And it's telling a narrative of the events of this ship that was lost to sea. Oh, it is an awesome game. Absolutely. By the way, nobody said anything, so I assume that the visuals are coming through fine. Oh, well, now we're in ads, so I'll re-ask that question at some point after the ads. Although, to be fair, Beck and Forky can answer. They look fine to you? Okay. Because I was told that the bitrate absolutely tanks with this game because of all of the little dots. There were 3 others present. So, while this face is blurred out, this face is not blurred out because this is the guy who was on the other side of the door. This person's face is no longer blurred out. Use the book and pocket watch to gather enough information to deduce their identity. Revisit memories on the ship using the pocket watch to study relationships, appearances, and activities. Use the book, maps, crew manifest, artist sketches, along with individual conversation logs to find clues about names, relationships, appearances, and roles. There were 60 people when the ship left England. Determine everyone's identity and fate will not be easy. Decisive information is rare. You will have to make assumptions using partial information. Some identities may only be revealed through process of elimination. Good luck. So, this guy was referred to as the captain. So, this is Captain Robert Witterell. We don't know who that was. That's the guy who got shot. This was the guy who was next to the guy who got shot. And then also this guy over here was the one who was climbing up the stairs with the knife in his mouth. You can open the book while examining a face to flip directly to the sketch. Yeah. So that's who that is. That's who that is. That's that guy. And then the guy we were able to determine for sure was the captain. They look fine to you? Oh, that was you were talking about the... The visuals. Okay. And now, since we had that cutscene where the captain burst open this door, now this door's open. And we can come through here. We got this door that I can't go through. It's got an X on the lock. And there's 2 bodies here. Let's do the first one. First one right here.
Where are they? Must be in here someplace. They're at the bottom of the sea. That's a lie.
And so he got... The captain here got stabbed, but this guy got his... You know what? I should probably put some kind of warnings. I don't know if it's graphic enough to warrant the warnings. But I'll put the violent and graphic depictions warning up on the stream. Just in case. Better to play safe than sorry. Also, Evie, thank you for the lurk. Much appreciated.
Hand over all your monies in a paper and or plastic bag.
Hey! Beck, thank you for the bits. We are going to have a party. Going to have a great party. So this guy clearly got knifed. They give you a lot of they give you a lot of options for how people died. He got knifed by the captain. Again, don't know who he is. That face is grayed or blurred out, so we can't exactly prove who he is. But, side note, there was a second body here in the future. Where did that body come from? Well, if we look here, the guy who climbed up with the knife in his mouth, he's dropping down the back. He's coming in from behind. That is not a good look for you, buddy. And we could even come up here and look down, and I think we can... No. Can't quite get the right angle. I mean, I can see, like, his shoulder there. But he's already gone over the edge in a way. It's difficult to see. Detra, thank you for the lurk. Greatly appreciate it. Hope you're well today. Refuses to even try this game blindfolded. Duke, I can't. I can't do this game blindfolded. How are you supposed to find little details and pay attention to visual cues without vision? Madge. Yeah. If you're looking at a body, you can hit tab and it'll open to the precise page for the body that you're looking at. If I go here, though, now that I can actually put in people, I can mark this as the artist. That's Edward Spratt. And the other face, this guy, it's got 2 triangles. They haven't tutorialized this yet, but the number of triangles is the difficulty of identifying who the person is. So 1 triangle is easy, 2 triangles medium, 3 triangles is a difficult person to just try and figure out who it is from the information provided. So this guy is medium because you need to know what a helmsman is to say, ah yes, this guy's got a hand on the wheel, this is the helmsman. Everybody else is still grayed out. All you can do is your best. Hope it gets easier soon. And I am well, thank you. I'm trying. Yeah, I hope you're doing well, Beck. So this guy got a stab in on the captain, but the captain literally pulled the spear out of his shoulder and used it to club the man in the head. This guy's bleeding out. That guy's long gone. The door's open. The door's open to his office here. Clubbed by the captain. The captain's just taking out everyone. In fact, fun fact, one of the achievements for this game is the captain did it, where you just ignore all of the actual ways people died and just said that the captain killed them in some way. It's the goofiest little achievement. And it doesn't take particularly long, but it is funny. Mm. So now, because this door was open in the memory, we can now come through here. Let's start with this body that wasn't in the memory, which is the captain.
Abigail, your brother, my friend. I shot him dead. I'll be with you soon, my love. Please forgive me for everything.
So the captain lived through a spear in the shoulder and a knife in the back, and then just shot himself. Now, the captain referred to this woman he was talking to as Abigail. My friend, your brother. So, Abigail, the only Abigail we have in anywhere on the crew, is we have the passenger Abigail Huskett Witterell. So it's very likely that Abigail being Abigail. But if we go to the transcript isn't in the book yet. Not until it fades to black. But the captain said, "My friend, your brother, I shot him." Well, this is the guy that the captain shot. It's no longer blurred out the face. Well, Abigail's name is Huskett Witterell. Witterell is the captain's last name, but Huskett is the first mate's last name. This may or may not be correct. Fates are validated in sets of 3. Correctly identify at least 3 people and their fates to have the information typeset into the book. So, now when it finishes fading, Hades! Yo, what's up? How you doing, Hades? We just started some Obra Dinn. I was worried that the visuals wouldn't work well on stream, but they don't seem to be giving any issue on my end. So, okay, I have an injury hamstring, but guess what? Are you okay? Also what? They look fine. Thank you, Forky. While Feathery types out what, I'll put in the captain's fate. The captain, shot himself. And also, we've got the train. You can pull up the transcript of any memory from the book. Your brother, my friend, I shot him dead. I'll be with you soon, my love. Please forgive me for everything. You survived FNAF Help Wanted 2. Nice! Oh, for anybody interested, most of the people who have passed through here, Duke, Hades, Detra, Leviathan, all of them great streamers. Hades over here has been playing some VR FNAF, which, more power to you. That horror games in VR, that's an entirely different level of brave. So here we can see where the ship was in its course at the chapter, considering chapter 10 is the last chapter, and it only made it here between the Canary Isles and Azores. We didn't exactly make it particularly far. Unless they were coming from... I can't remember if they might have been coming from the Cape of Good Hope up to England. So this might be after passing the Canary Isles. I forget which direction the ship's sailing. It was actually not as bad as one. Was even dancing during... Oh, okay. Well, if you were dancing during one game, it can't have been that scary. So yeah, so that's basically... I think when the game was in a demo state, that was the length of the demo. You might have had this body as the last one for the demo to give sort of a teaser as to where the story goes. Martin, we have a name. Abigail! She got crushed by the rigging. And this is clearly Martin. Well, we've got third mate Martin Hurrah. Also, tentacles? Tentacles. Everybody loves some good tentacles. It's just life stuff trying to heal my heart. Some days are a bit rough. You got this, Beck. I love tentacles. Tentacle. The helmsman is getting yoinked. Chapter 7, The Doom. Corpse was moved post-mortem. Abigail was crushed by the rigging. Well done! 3 fates correct! Abigail was indeed crushed by falling rigging. The first mate was shot by the captain, and the captain shot himself. So this fills in as I get the 60 fates correct. This grayed out section are the fates that are confirmed in the bargain chapter. And interestingly, Henry Evans, who sent us this book, is the surgeon from this very ship. Curious. Something tells me the surgeon makes it out alive. I don't know where I get that feeling. But yeah, there's a lot going on in this scene, and I would love to explore it, especially over here with by the crew cabins. We've got this guy with a gun who's just sort of aiming at the crouched down, laying down, aiming up at the tentacles. These are the passengers that are all... Yeah, I know, I spaced to action. These are the passengers that are all sort of just cowering by their cabins. This guy, that tentacle's really wrapped around that arm right there. But I can't examine anything in the scene right at the moment because I have to find the next body to continue working my way back in time. And then we follow the ghost light. Up and over here. And this is the body that we saw in that memory. I could go into that memory, and I'm going to in a minute, but I could also come back here. You can go back into any memory that you've previously been in, and you can skip through the opening dialogue scroll. We got all the mates up here. First mate, captain, third mate. The Formosan royalty, so these are the Formosan passengers. It was the Kraken with the candlestick in the Black Sea. It really was, though. Now, interestingly, these two, their faces are no longer blocked out, but this is a deduction rating. A higher rating means the person is more difficult to deduce. Focus on easily deduced identities first, leave the more difficult ones for later. Now, normally, I would listen to that, but I know how to tell these two apart. Because if you look... Anyone else guess immediately? Because they never really wanted to play Clue, or just me? I'm sure some people do throw in a guess immediately. I actually have a friend who is who built a reputation around peeking at other people's hands and clue cards, and so I developed like a secret code to write on the clue cards in a way to where glancing at it I could tell what was marked and they couldn't. I should see if I have any of the guide cards here and post pictures. But for these two passengers, first of all, in the crew, there's really only 4 women. There's one of the Formosan royalty who's grayed out, but is a Formosan royalty, and then there's the 3 passengers. If I can go back to the actual crew list. all of the women that are on board are the passengers. You've got Abigail, who's already accounted for, Emily Jackson and Miss Jane Bird, and then the Formosans. Specifically, one of the Formosans that is the woman. So it's already a 50-50. One of these is Emily Jackson, and the other is Miss Jane Bird. I've seen the ogre lovemaking scene in BG3 and was like, okay, my bad, I'm out. Ninja the Cryptologist. Yeah, pretty much. I countered the cheating with writing my my clue card in code. So logically speaking, this is very likely to be Nunzio Pasqua, because on our passenger list we've got Nunzio, the two women, and then the four Formosians, and this feels like this is the like three passengers by the passenger cabin, but I can't say that with certainty, and in fact the game doesn't say that I can identify who this man is. And the thing is, I know firsthand this is not Nunzio Pasqua. This Nunzio is up here with the passengers dancing. So it would be a wrong assumption. However, it ungraded these two faces, and you want to know why it ungraded the faces of these two women, even though, logically speaking, how are you supposed to tell which one's Emily and which one is which one is Emily Jackson and which one is Miss Jane Bird? I was lucky I did it off stream because my mouth was open the whole fight. Oh, I did all that build up and now there's ads running. Hang on, I gotta wait for the ads to finish so that everybody can come back so I can give my answer as to how you tell. But for anyone who's able to see right now through the ads, how would you guess, or which one would you guess between Emily Jackson and Miss Jane Bird? Which one is Emily Jackson and which one is Miss Jane Bird? And what's your reasoning? Miss Jane Bird is behind because no wedding ring. Exactly, Forky. Exactly. Because you can see on that finger right there, there is a wedding ring. That's the kind of details we're looking for in this game. Miss Jane Bird doesn't have a wedding ring on. Can't really see her fingers all that well, but very clearly you've got a ring on that finger for Emily Jackson up front. My brain is so massive. Forky with the big brain. All right, now let's go to the next scene. We followed the ghost light. It brought us to this body. Now, here we have a man and 2 tentacles that want to go in opposite directions. It did not end well for the man. This guy's looking for something to stab. I don't know what you're doing. You don't look like you're holding anything. You're just sort of running. Arm half behind you. You're holding on for dear life. You're about to catch a gun. You're tossing the gun. Or you're... Oh no, you tossed the gun. You're catching it. You're also holding on for dear life. Oh no, you're the same person. You're crouched down back here. That guy is ninja posing. That guy's ninja posing. Oh! 12 others were present. Who is this and how do they die? Now, you'll notice this guy's got 2 triangles, so he's an easier deduction of who he is than the last person. Than the ladies. This is one of the ones that I'm a little iffy on the deduction, but I can understand that for some people this would be an easy deduction. For others, it would. It's a complicated difficulty rating because it's partially reliant on information from outside of the game. Well, I mean, obviously we can put in his fate. That's the easy part. This man was torn apart by a terrible beast. He was literally ripped in half by the Kraken. But who is he? Is Circle Guy an option? You're on the right track, Forky. You're on the right track, because those circles are what give away his identity. Because these circles are a regional tattoo. I don't want to say like tribal necessarily, but a regional tattoo to a very specific area of the world. New Guinea. See, I thought it might be Celtic. I was prepared to put like New Guinea. Nope. Yeah, I thought it might be Celtic. I was prepared to put like Irish or Wales. One of the few Welsh people. But it's like a regional tattoo for New Guinea. And there's only one person in the crew who is from New Guinea. And so Maba, the topman, was torn apart by a terrible beast. Now, interestingly, it says there's 12 people present. But I didn't see 12 people around. Did you? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, there's some people. You got 3 people being knocked out of a boat. I added this to my wish list, so I'm going to try not to watch too much. Oh, absolutely, Beck. 100% respect that. This game, an excellent game to play through, but it's one of those games that is like, it's difficult to unlearn who people are. Definitely leaving the lurky lurk, of course. Of course. Of course. Thank you. Thank you for the lurk. but I completely agree and understand with the decision to wishlist it and then just sort of pay less attention. Because if you ever want to play this game yourself, the less you know going in, the more you're going to get out of it just trying to work out the mysteries yourself. Have a good lurk, Beck. So yeah, so these three, which I can't do anything with because I got this vibrating watch in my hand that wants me to find the next body. Oh, there it is. It's on the deck over here. We'll come back to Maba's cutscene when we finish the chapter out. Throw the powder! What a way to go. I also have to post up a lurk. Have a great rest of the stream, Ninja. Hope my light trolling wasn't too Oh, Duke, you're fine. You are by no means the biggest troll in my community. I have a few friends who are notorious Twitch trolls. Have a good lurk. Yeah. the ooh is good, is real. Yeah. Alright, cool. So this guy blew up. Well, I can't. Okay. I spent too much time. That's fine. I can go into that scene again if I need to. Who is this? No idea, and the game says I shouldn't know anyway. How did they die? Absolutely exploded. Oh, didn't actually force me into another where's the body scene. So we got this guy who threw the powder. It exploded. That guy who's in the process of getting exploded. This guy. Oh, that's Maba. Hey, Maba. I've got bad news for you, Maba. In about 30 seconds, you're not going to be having a good day. This guy is just carrying all the guns. That guy's coming up on deck. This guy that's carrying all the guns, I feel like it's reasonable to assume that he's either the gunner or the gunner's mate. But his face is grayed out because I have no way of telling which of the two he is. But the gunner is usually in charge of the quote-unquote guns. Hence the name. His name is probably Peter Holds Gunsman. Hang on, let me check. Peter Holds Gunsman. Wait, nope. All the beginning. Crew. Do we have a Peter Holds Gunsman? I mean, he'd either have to be Christian Wolf or Olus Wader if he was a gunner or the gunner's mate. Peter Milroy. That's a midshipman. Peter. Nathan Peters. Peter. And Samuel Peters. That's our Peters. We got 3 Peters. How many, hang on, back out of this. If I go all the way over to the Doom, we've got 5 others. We got the guy who exploded, the guy with the rope, Peter Holds Gunsman, the guy coming up the stairs. And then we've got Maba, and then we've got this guy. Where's that guy? Oh! There he is! He's about to go sploosh. No splash, Captain. But now, one of the ways under deck to the gun deck has opened up. We can now come down here to the gun deck, where there are some unfortunate instances. Sir, loose cannon! Nothing quite like having a cannon blast your throat into the back of a wooden beam. That guy's not having a good day. This is the... yeah, that's the 3rd mate. That's Martin. There's somebody that's crushed. There's somebody who was blasted. I don't know who you are, but you're getting you're getting through this moment better than anybody else here. The Kraken's having fun with people outside the windows. Crushed by cannon, crushed by a loose cannon. The 4 others present were Martin, who we saw, those 2 guys, this guy. One of these... oh, one of them... the 2 guys, that one that exploded and the one who tried to reel him in, were also here. Were they on their way up? Oh yeah, here they are. They're in the stairwell. What about this guy? The fuse! Well, you're blown to smithereens. You're crushed. But also not a person I can zoom in on. So, not what I wanted to do. So this guy we know for sure got blasted. Shot, cannon, terrible beast. Technically speaking, there are more than, for some of these, there are multiple correct answers. Because you could attribute, okay, he got shot by a cannon and the terrible beast pointed the cannon sideways, so therefore the cannon was shot by the terrible beast. Or you could imply this is the person who lit the fuse for the cannon, therefore they're the person who shot the cannon. Both are considered correct options for this game, if I remember correctly. Who is this person? How did they die? Well, I couldn't find a body, but I believe this guy is also shot by the cannon. Terrible beast, considering that they died simultaneously as the cannon shot. My only assumption is this guy is the reason why there's such, like, devastation on the side of the, like, the cracked wood. Like, he might have been closer to the edge of the window and got blasted out that way. Because it's not this guy that's crushed by the cannon, because that's a different death. But if we go into this death, load, move by hand, aim level. See, because this guy is the other guy here at the cannon trying to help, and he's just not in the next scene. But he's considered part of the death of the next scene where this cannon gets fired. So either he got shot out the window or he got pulled out the window. And there's no definitive on which. This guy absolutely got crushed, though. And they're still firing cannons over here, just fine and dandy. Maba's grabbing up the loading rod. Load, move by hand, aim level, ready? No, blaze spark. This guy was crushed by Beast. Who is he? I don't know. Okay, but if we go back into this guy's death, if we look out the window, I don't see anything. Can I go in here? I can't go in the side room. I can't go in the side room. I can't get a better look out the window. That guy's just cowering. Which, to be fair, based on what's about to happen to, you? No, neither of you. Who took a cannon to the throat? If it wasn't either of them. Was it you? Nope. Did somebody just walk through and then they yelled out loose cannon and then he just took the cannon right here like, ah! Yeah, I can see the tentacle through the cracks in the wall. But I can't see the other guy's body. Technically, it is an assumption, but I think since it was a simultaneous death with this cannonball firing off, I feel like it's a safe assumption that the man whose body disappeared during this segment also died from cannonball. We'll come to this death in a minute. That's a different chapter. I want to try and finish out this chapter. Part 3. Part 2 is on the bow of the ship. The bow? The bow of the ship. Which this door is now open because of this. No. This scene? Hang on. If I go into scene 3, No. This doesn't go far enough over. Interesting. Well, one of those three scenes opened this door. So we can go in here now. Man was having a bathroom break out here, and the Kraken just rolled on up, choked him to death. This guy's just like, what's that sound? It's being awfully noisy. And you got these guys having a nice game. This guy who's crushed with the cannon, hanging out with the third mate. So, there's actually a lot of deductions that can happen during this section. We're in ads for the next 40 seconds, so I'm going to actually pop out of the room, heat some water for tea, and then be right back. And I'll make tea during the next ad break. Okay. I'm back. This guy was very clearly crushed by the beast. Now, game wants to throw me at more bodies. And this is an important one. So I'll follow the ghost light to the body. But then I want to go back in to the last scene and show some deductions. So, before we go into that and finish out the chapter of the Doom, let's go back down to the gun deck. We got the artist, sadly crushed by the Kraken. Now, this guy we're not supposed to know who he is. This guy, we can deduce who this is. Because the nature of a steward is that they tend to the needs of the officer that they are for. And since he is with the third mate, this is more likely than not the third mate's steward. In fact, the game will now confirm that. The artist, crushed by the terrible beast. The third mate steward was crushed by the loose cannon. And Maba, torn apart by the terrible beast. We have confirmed 6 of the 60 people on this ship. That is 10%. Other people in this scene include this guy, who we can't deduce, this guy, who we can deduce. And you might say, okay, what changed? How can we deduce who that man is from this scene now? And the answer is one of the tiniest details in this entire game. That is one of the main ways you deduce people throughout the game. And that is hammock numbers. For you see, the hammocks are numbered by what crew members sleep there. If this foot was identifiable in any way, then we could figure out, yes, this is crew number 43 that is sleeping in this hammock. And crew number 44's feet are sticking up over there. This hammock clearly says 41. So if I go into the crew manifest and go down to number 41, that's Wei Li. He's a top man from China. And he does look like he could be Chinese. And it matches the hammock number. And it all makes sense. This guy, we can't tell because his hammock is pulled down. There's no visible hammock number. But we know he's not 56, because 56 is sleeping here. And we know he's not 43 or 44 or 45, because they're all sleeping here. In those 3 hammocks. And then we've got this guy. That guy. Him and the guy who we're about to go see how he died. So now let's go finish out this chapter. Which I would also like to take a moment, sort of glance through, see if there's any other unblurred faces that I haven't identified but could. Doesn't look like it, no. Okay, so we've made all the deductions we can towards people from scenes we've seen. Let's finish this chapter.
Let me on. Over my dead body, you bloody Dane. Huh? How's that?
There's no cause for trouble, boys. Get in the boat.
Thought I'd forget. You killed my brother. What?
Killed my brother!
Accident. The robes.
It wasn't his fault. I saw the whole thing.
Nice. I shouldn't have waited so long.
No, don't.
So the guy who's getting clubbed by this guy those two on the boat. Is that everybody that's at this scene? Well, I can't see the page for this scene till it goes through. But these two are identifiable. This guy's a 3-star or a 3 difficulty. This guy is a 1 difficulty. Gotta wait for the scene to fade to black, but I think that those 4 are literally the only people in this scene. Yes, 3 other people were present. Let me on over my dead body, you Dane. So, this guy is a Dane. So, how many people from Denmark do we have? 1, and only 1. So this has to be Lars, because he's the only Dane. He's the only Dane in the crew on the ship. How did he meet his fate? He was clubbed by an unknown attacker. Well, we know you killed my brother, as the guy said. And from previously, when Forky was making the joke about Peter Holt's gunsman, we saw in the crew log there are 2 people with the last name Peters. So, this guy... Well, I backed out. But this guy has to be one of the 2 Peterses. Is there a way for me to tell which Peters? Between Samuel Peters and Nathan Peters? Not particularly. I could make an assumption. I could guess that he's one of the 2 and then fill it in. I actually know which Peters. And both Peters are seamen, so we'll just call him Unknown Seaman. But until I get the memory of his brother dying, I'm not sure I could actually narrow down which Peters he is. The game says I can, but it's a 3-star difficulty. And I don't know if there's a way to tell Nathan from Samuel's. from the information that we've been given. What's the, if I go to this. That was an accident. The ropes. It wasn't his fault. I saw the whole thing. Lies. I shouldn't have waited so long. No, don't. I don't know if I can confirm Nathan or Samuels. But he's one of them. He's one of the two. And what we can confirm, though, is now that we finished the chapter, all the X's are the people who died during the chapter sequences. The slashes are people who disappeared in some way during the events of this chapter. And it's up to us to fill in, well, okay, what happened to these people? This guy, and this guy, these three, we saw them on the boat getting knocked into the water. So they were clearly drowned by a terrible beast. Drowned by a terrible beast. And drowned by a terrible beast. That's what happened to those three. I don't know who they are. This guy's the only one that the game says I should be able to know. He's either Nathan Peters or Samuel Peters. The helmsman was grabbed by a tentacle and pulled away from the wheel. So he was very likely drowned by a terrible beast. This guy we saw fall into the water in one of the sections. So he was probably drowned by an unknown officer. No, terrible beast. Again, don't know who he is. This guy and Wei Li and this guy, we don't know what happened to him. Now, what we could do, 2 memories. Memories where this person appeared can be navigated from here. We can bookmark the memories. And then navigate to the bookmarked pages. I'm removing the bookmark. I just want to see where he disappeared. He disappeared at the end of this. Okay. I guess we'll bookmark the memories for this guy. He was seen on the main deck during this section. So if I go back to Abigail's body, I can see that. Bookmark this guy's memories instead. Wei Li was also there. So we've got Wei Li and this guy, who were last seen in this memory with Abigail. So if I go back into the Abigail memory, let's take a look. This guy met an unknown fate. This is the guy. He disappeared after this moment. At some point after this moment, he disappears. So I can't make any concrete confirmation on what happens, but he's probably grabbed as well. I can't go up the stairs on either side. Whaley is got a tentacle around him that's about to pull him right off those riggings and into the water. So, I think drowned by a terrible beast makes sense as to what happened to him, because he's not getting past that tentacle holding the riggings there, and he's got a tentacle already around his waist. This guy, though, he's holding his own at the moment. So, this being the last scene we see from him, and he disappeared at the end of this chapter, right after this scene, I don't know. There's no good evidence to show where he is. Also, you can shortcut your way into a memory from these chained memories when you're going back through. Save yourself a little time. So here we have the 3 people falling out of the boat. That's the 3 people who left at the beginning of this chapter on the boat after killing Hans. And even if you chain the memories through, it brings you back to the one that you originally went into, not the one you changed to. So, we've solved what we can from that chapter. Remove the bookmarks. So we've done the end, and Bargain is locked, and we've done the Doom. The escape, I don't think we can get to. Escape is Midshipman's Cabin. Oh, actually, we might be able to. Is this the Midshipman's Cabin? Hang on. Where's my map? Midshipman's Cabin. Yep. Here we are in the middle of the escape.
Oh no, you're cut.
Leave me.
Bear up, son. I'll stay with you.
Tell Pete's mother I tried my best
Aye,
to pull him back, to save him.
you tell her yourself. Brennan, bring the surgeon's kit.
Tell Pete's mother. Tried to save him. So this guy was the guy with the explosive guy. These two were together, and he tried to pull Pete back. So, presumably, the guy who exploded to difficulty is someone Pete. which I don't believe there are any alternate Petes, but I will check. You've got Peter Milroy, the midshipman. And assuming he's not referring to Samuel or Nathan Peters, which he can't possibly be. Peter Milroy is the guy he tried to pull back. Well done! 3 more fates. Yes, the helmsman was in fact drowned. Peter Milroy was the guy who got exploded. And also, Wei Li was drowned. That is 9 fates. Confirmed. Also, the transcript for this, the first mate here yelled, "Brennan, get the surgeon's kit!" And this guy is cupping a hand to his ear. That tiny detail of him yelling, "Brennan, get the surgeon's kit!" and being the identifying mark for Brennan cost me hours of deduction attempts of trying to figure out who this man is. Because this guy lives to the end. He was knifed by the captain. He was the guy that was knifed by the captain. And it was like, oh, it's a 1 difficulty thing because of this scene where he's cupping a hand to his ear after his name is called. And then this is the last guy, the other guy who's, clubbed by the captain. You got the 3 people, him, Brennan, and the first mate who's in here. Then you got these 2 lovely fellows. Down on the ground by Brennan. What'd you do, Brennan? You gotta use the Pokeball. Don't just say catch spiel. So it would be like catch Pokeball, catch Ultra Ball, catch Great Ball. If you have other Pokeballs besides Pokeballs. If you do just exclamation mark catch, it will try and use a Pokeball. You don't need to include this. You don't need to include the Pokemon's name either. It's literally just the Pokeball. Okay, you do you, Evie. You do you. Met an unknown fate. Well, he was clearly knifed by an unknown attacker. We don't know who cut him. We just know he got cut. And dripped a lot of blood on his way over. Spiel escaped, no one caught it. Even my Ultra Ball didn't catch it, and that's an 80% chance to catch. No feels. We don't talk about it, okay?
What's all this, you damn fool?
And because I know this is Brennan, there's the first mate going to check on the man with the knife in his back. Can't go upstairs. Can't go over there. This guy's already dead, but this one's the one getting clubbed. And also the one who shot. Alright, the ads are running. While this fades to black, I'm going to go refill my tea. I will return shortly. Not what I want. Hello. Okay. We return with 2 fresh cups of tea, ready to dive back in to more Obra Dinn. Who is this? Don't know. How did they die? Clubbed by a Brennan. 56, Henry Brennan. But who was the other man? That's the real question. Okay. Oh.
You have a plan? Yes. The big ship was heading east. Trade rich fish and shells for gold. Hey, who's that?
Mutiny! Mutiny!
Bastard!
No!
So, they were talking about taking the ship, sailing east with the ship. Something about shells. This guy got stabbed. In response to that, the guy who did the stabbing got shot. Got his whole face blown off. Obviously, that attracted the noise to bring Brennan and the first mate down. While this guy's busy dumping a body over. And the captain's just sort of like holding his head, stop giving me a headache, everybody. Poor captain. This guy was shot. Gun. By unknown attacker, because we don't know who that guy is. Obviously, it's wanting me to go to the body that's being dumped over the side. Now, question, before I go into this body, if I go all the way back, do we have any new identifiable people? We still got a Peters. The Formosans are Formosaning. We figured out Brennan. We got Brennan. He's all good. Lars being Lars. Okay, let's go into this.
Let them go!
Now, the captain here, this is the monkey man climbing the like, dude, why are you climbing up the railing instead of the stairs? I mean, he probably came down from the rigging rope, but still. This guy clearly lost a battle. I don't know if this guy's coming up or going down. These two, that's Brennan and the first mate, coming up through. But even though the captain's pointing a gun, captain's not the one who shot this man. She is. And because I identified her previously as Emily Jackson, that means this man was shot by Emily Jackson. shot gun by Emily Jackson. Who are you? Don't know. Don't have a way to find out. Not yet, anyway. But whoever you are, you presumably stabbed this man with the sword you're holding.
Last one. Move quick. You'll not take the last punch.
Paul, look out.
Down.
Captain over here raising his gun. Emily's upset because Paul's getting stabbed. So this guy clearly is a Paul. How many Pauls we got? Edward, John, Alfred, Charles, Henry. Paul. Paul Moss, the first mate steward. Makes sense to me. I see no other Pauls. And it's a one difficulty identification. So this guy was down on the boat. So Miss Jane Bird, Emily Jackson, you, and possibly you hopped on a boat and sailed away after the Kraken left. Hence the name of the chapter, Escape. And then what was left of the crew sort of turned on each other. Took everybody out. You were killed, Sword, by the same man that was in the next chapter, or yeah, next page of the chapter, I should say. But before any of this happened, we had an unfortunate accident down here. Oh, yes. You died. Below deck. Hang on. I need to start the ghost flame spirit to go below deck. Down here. Swirl around and go solidify in the chair. Okay. But I didn't realize I could go down below deck during that sequence with Paul. So let's go back into the sequence with Paul. Escape 2 of 6. You'll not take the last boat! So this is the guy who's getting stabbed in a moment. Yeah, this guy's getting a knife in his back because he's gonna overhear this conversation with this guy who gets clubbed and this guy who gets shot by the guy who gets clubbed and this guy who we're about to watch the death scene of. So let's go down from the main deck down to the gun deck.
bad way.
The squid. Where is my Frenchman?
The squid, where's my Frenchman?
Your mate was torn apart.
Torn apart.
The beast is dead. How? How did you kill it?
We didn't. It left with the storm. Captain came up from the hold. Said he chased it off. You should rest.
A curse like that does not
For nothing.
for nothing.
So this guy said, "Where is my Frenchman?" And it was mentioned his mate. So he has to be an officer if he has a mate. So, but he can't be like a fourth mate, second mate, whatever officer, because those are mates. So you've got the bosun and the bosun's mate, which is the right answer, but I'll go through the other ones anyway. You got Henry Evans, who we know lives because he sends us the book, and he's got a mate. You've got the carpenter, carpenter's mate, the cook, butcher, gunner, and gunner's mate. So, Austria, if you were going off of the accent, which you can do, you can identify these people based on the accents. They did a good job with representing the accents of the different nationalities of these people, the ones that have dialogue anyway. So, if you were going by the accent, he comes off as Austrian, which would say he's either the bosun with the bosun's mate or the gunner and the gunner's mate. But he said, "Where's my Frenchman?" Which would imply the bosun's mate, since the bosun's mate is the only Frenchman on the crew. So that makes you the bosun, and was he up here? Hang on, I need to go to the... Nope, not escape. We gotta go to the... Before bargain, the Dune. Who is this man and what befell him? Interestingly, it's saying I don't have the information to identify this man. The game says I can't. But I know that I can. Because this is the only guy that we don't know what happened to him during the disappearance. He's the only person we didn't see falling into the water to get drowned by the terrible beast. Because this guy fell overboard. The three on the boat fell overboard. And we've already got these two confirmed. So this guy has to be his Frenchman who was torn apart by the beast. But the game says we can't. I'll put torn apart, terrible beast, but I'll refrain from putting his identity until we get to a point where the game says I can legally do that. Also, here's just the first mate just coming out of his cabin during this. There's the guy that is going to get knifed, who was standing there in the following scene. Captain's going up on deck. And it fades in. And so you might ask, okay, this guy met an unknown fate. How did Alfred die? Well, he's not alive. He wasn't axed, burned, clawed, clubbed, crushed, decapitated. He's missing an arm, drowned, eaten, electrocuted, expired. You could maybe get away with putting expired. Or you could say he was torn apart by a beast. Because he literally had his arm ripped off. He didn't expire from old age. Never mind. Expired is not a valid option. If it didn't say from old age, then you could consider that. But no, he had his arm ripped off. That sounds like torn apart by a terrible beast if I ever heard it. And if you go back to the where's the door out? There's the door out. If you go back to the scene with Abigail, well, it's gonna do the chapter recap because that was the last section of the escape chapter. We don't know what happened to them. They got on a boat and they left. Alive, who knows? Presumed alive. But if I go back here, to the Abigail scene, this is the man that we just identified as Albert, torn apart by a beast. It's literally wrapped around his arm, and his arm is missing in that next section. And that's what he dies from. This is his Frenchman helping out the boat. The bosun's here. This is the bosun's mate. But the game says I can't identify who this is. So I'll trust the game and not just go ahead and mark him down. But we all know that's the Frenchman. Just to be clear. Now, we've done chapters 7 through 10 as much as we can. So we could do chapter 6, keep working our way back in time. Chapter 5 is on the cargo deck. Hey! IPN! What's up? First time chat. Thank you. Welcome on in. We're solving a mystery. The calling... Is there a... No, there's no jumping on point for the calling. Murder is outside the first mate's window. And Bitter Cold is on the Orlop deck. And Loose Cargo is on the cargo deck. So we have to be able to get down to the cargo deck. Yeah, basically... Okay, to give you a quick rundown of this game, IPN. This boat was set out on a journey. This boat set out on a journey going from It sailed from the Indies around the Cape of Good Hope and was on its way to England, following this dotted line. They never made it. Our job is to take this book, record what happened to everyone, figure out who they are and how they died, and what happened. What were the events of the ship? Like, why didn't it make it here? We have thus far explored chapters 7, 9, and 10, and chapter 8 is blocked to us until we finish the rest of the chapters and then turn the book in. But we know what happened at the end. The Kraken showed up, started killing everybody. Gotcha, it was probably aliens. Could be. The Kraken showed up, started killing everybody. Something happened in chapter 8 that made the Kraken leave. The captain sent half of the surviving people on an escape boat, the last lifeboat, and then the last members of the crew turned on the captain and lost a 3v1 fight versus the captain before the captain took himself out. Said outside the first mate's window for the murder. So let's do murder. Intense storyline, though? Yeah, intense story. Wait a minute, I'm at the wrong end of the ship. So I need to get to the other end of the gun deck. Let's climb over these loose cannons. This is the first mate's cabin. Yeah, this is the first mate's cabin. There we go. Murder!
Go back there! Captain!
Slack the lifts and lower the boats! The whole crew will be on us!
Give it up!
Well, this guy got shot. Got shot by this guy, who I don't know who he is. This guy's kidnapping part of the Formosan royalty. Make that all of the Formosan royalty. Loading everybody into the boat. Oh, this guy already took a... Oh! That's the helmsman! They stabbed the helmsman in the leg? Oh, warning, incoming ads, by the way. Murder! On your toes, boys. How can you do this? Load her up. Best push off. Let me go. Give her ear, will ya? Captain! Slack the lift, lower the boats. Whole crew will be on us. Give it up! And then he got shot. Well, I don't know who he is. But I do know he got shot by a gun. By someone. He got shot by a gun by whoever this is. I mean, he's very clearly wearing a fancy hat like the captain, like the first mate, like the third mate. So he's probably either the second mate or the fourth mate, or these two, just based on hats. I feel like it's fair game to say he was shot by an unknown officer, more likely than not. Welcome back from ads, everybody. We determined that man was shot by an unknown officer, based on hats. We don't know which officer, but it's more likely than not the second or fourth mate. If we're going off hats.
You have been found guilty by
Hoxing Lao.
of the murder of Nunzio Pasquale.
No, he's done nothing wrong. Miss Lim, it's too late.
As captain of this ship, and by the authority of the East India Company, and thus the Crown of England, I sentence you to death by firing line. Mr. Wolf, when you are ready.
Right, sir. Ready,
Oh, this scene is so good for names! So many names! So this guy who gave the order to fire? Obviously, this is Wolf. Mr. Wolf. Christian Wolf. 3 fates! We've confirmed Alfred. We've confirmed Christian Wolf. And we've confirmed Brennan! We've confirmed Brennan now! That makes us 12. Additionally, Miss Lim, one difficulty. The Formosans, where's the passenger list? The Formosa, the people from Formosa, there's 4 of them. Only one of them is a woman. And that's Miss Lim. Don't know what this guy's name is. Don't know what this guy's name is. But the guy getting executed had his name stated. Hoxing Lan. Or Lao. Speaking of executed, though, we've got firing line. This guy's bullet flies left. Misses. This guy's bullet flies right. Misses. This guy's bullet flies way right. Also misses. But our friend Brennan here, right on target. Brennan, the only one who can actually aim in the firing line. And that's why Brennan lives to the end. Shot, gun, and you can't say firing line. Wait. Can you say executed? You can say electrocuted, expired, or exploded, or eaten. Execution is not an option, though. So, shot, gun, by Henry Brennan. He's not a real stormtrooper. He must be. He must be Finn. Must be. He can aim. So this corpse is obviously Nunzio Pasqua, who was murdered. But the real question is, who murdered him? We have a magic watch that lets us go to the time of death. So we're going to find out the real answer.
Hello? Who is there?
Who is there?
Who is that? Is someone hurt? Senor Nichols, is that you?
Nicholas.
What are you doing down here?
Hello, yes. All fine here. Just, sorting some things.
Watch your step. Here, let me help you.
Let me help you. Edward Nicholas, the second mate. Mr. Nicholas! Who is actually associated with a different memory. Because he's the guy who shot this guy. I don't know who this guy is, but he was shot by Nicholas. We were correct in that it was one of the mates. This is Nunzio, because they had the execution because Nunzio Pasqua was murdered. By Nicholas, the second mate of all people. There's the shell that's been mentioned. Here's the Hok Sung Lao that took the blame for the murder after getting knocked out clearly by the second mate. And there are no other witnesses to the scene. So nobody knows. The thing is, this is chapter 3. This is well before anything really went off the rails. This guy was knifed by the second mate. Only 3 X's. Only 3 people died in Chapter 3. Nunzio murdered by the second mate. Hok Sang Lao executed instead of the second mate. And this guy shot by the second mate after trying to stop the second mate from kidnapping the Formosan royalty. So this stairwell, the stairwells down lower than the gun deck are currently blocked off. So that means I cannot do loose cargo because I can't get down to the cargo deck. I can't do bitter cold because that needs me to get to the Orlop deck. The calling has no jumping on point. Unholy Captives is also the cargo deck. So Soldiers of the Sea is literally the only chapter I can jump into right now. And that's either the port walk, which I think is on the Orlop deck, or the last part, which is in the cargo deck. Or wait, is the... Oh no, I can go down to the... Okay, I can go down to the Orlop deck. We found a way down to the Orlop deck. So, what early chapters were on the Orlop deck? Sickness... Bitter Cold.
Hit her here. One swing. Get through the skull in stone or brain. I'll cut her throat when you've done it.
Here?
Yeah. Come on before she kicks up. You all right there, sir?
Never been on a farm, Chuck?
Mind your shoes now.
Never been on a farm, Charlie. That's Charles. There's no other Charlie. It could be Charles Minor, but it's not, because we already know the Frenchman. And the important thing to remember about this scene, we don't know what that guy's name is, but we can determine these 3 are all dressed the same, and they're grouped together. And this one's Peter Milroy, the midshipman. This one we just determined his name is Charlie. Charles Histook. So it only makes sense, 3 dots, based on the context and association, that this man here is the last midshipman, Thomas Lank. Who was he knifed by? I don't remember. Did we determine... We didn't determine who this guy is. He was knifed by this guy. So we can't confirm that this guy's Thomas Lank, but he is. This guy, who's clearly teaching them how to butcher a cow, is the butcher. That's clear as day. This guy has a pet monkey. Do we know who the monkey is? No. Take him to the carpenters. That's what they're saying about this guy. This is the Formosans sitting outside their little cargo, protecting that cargo from would-be murderers. And I think that's everyone in this scene. So let's fade out. It'll tell me no one was killed during this scene except for a cow. And we start up chapter 2, The Bitter Cold. A large cow was slaughtered for its meat. Take him to the carpenters, get him wrapped, see to his last rites. That's the people in the background talking about the body. Yeah, his face is still blurred. Ghost orb, take me to the body.
Well, same as the other fellow. Some lung disease.
Lung disease.
Made worse by the cold.
Will it spread?
If so, we'd all have it. They must have picked it up at the Alaska house. I checked all hands just now, and everyone is healthy.
And him? What are his chances?
I gave him some laudanum. We'll see.
What are his chances? Not very well, considering this is his moments before he dies. So, the third mate is obviously the one asking. You are identifiable, you're identifiable. You were the one that got in the boat and sailed off, and we know for fact that the surgeon lives. So, more likely you're the surgeon, and you're the surgeon's mate. Considering that you're doctoring this poor fellow. These two are still guarding. This door is blocked off, so I can't go up there. There's nobody back on the walkway. Either way. Can I peek in the window? I can peek in the window! Oh, that's fun. This is the body of the other one who died from the lung disease that our lovely surgeon Henry Evans is talking about. Who is this? How do they die? We don't know who, still blurred out, but we do know they died of illness. Succumbed to a tragic illness. Now, this next scene is crucial to identifying at least half a dozen people. With minimal guesswork. Stop your cheating, worry about yourself.
Sayed? Sayed Ruto. Good.
Well, Syed had his name mentioned. Syed. Where's Syed? They're down here, right? Yeah, there he is. Solomon Syed. But, as mentioned before, we have hammock numbers. 51, 53, 54, and this is an X. But it's reasonable that you are 52, since you're here with the other 50s. Abraham Akbar. Akbar! Nunzio Pasqua and Hook Sung Lao. You standing up are 53. And you who succumbed to illness are 51. Renfred Rajab. Additionally, we have the 3 Russians who are playing poker together. 47. I assume that's your hammock, since you're the one sitting under it. .45 and 46 are also there, though. So it could be any of them. Could be any of them. So hang on. Let me mark illness. Close the book. Stop your cheating. Worry about yourself. What's your hand, buddy? It's a lot of big diamonds and... Oh, you got the ace of clubs. You've got at least 2 aces. I wish I could put unknown Russian. Because one of the Russians is a topman. I'll just put unknown seaman for now for these guys. Do I know which Russian is which? No. But I know they're 47, 46, and 45 are the 3 hammocks that are right here, and they were speaking Russian, so they're the 3 Russians. But I couldn't tell you which one is which. Also, number 37 has a distinct arm tattoo. Right here. Oh yeah, here we go. This is what I'm looking for. If I... Nope. Back to the beginning. If I go to the crew, number 37 is Timothy the Topman from Scotland. Which one of you is over here with the... You're Russian, and you're down with the gun line. So it's none of those three. Okay, that's not very helpful. One of these two, I think, is the guy with the arm tattoo. I don't know for sure which one. This guy's been in 13 memories. You've only been in 2 memories. Bookmark you. You've been in this memory and the murder. Oh, there it is. The arm tattoo. 37. That's it for the Lapsang Souchong tea ad. On to the next cup. 3 cups in 3 hours. I know these are the 3 Russians. $39, $40, $41, $38, and $59 are all up in their hammocks right now. Yeah, where's the Peters? 60 and 48. 38. See, if that was 48, we could confirm that the other guy was Nathan Peters and not Samuel Peters. 56 is Brennan. There's 58. What we 37, 42. 36. There's so many people in hammocks here. All in all, though, we did a good job of determining who people were. But to get down to the cargo deck, we need to do Chapter 6. Which involves this guy. I'm going to go turn on some more water on the kettle while the ads run. I'll be right back. Okay. The kettle's on. Minimum, I can do some more tea at the next ad break. I can go for more tea. But for now, ads are over. Everybody should be back. Let's go into Chapter 6. They make for the lazarette. Also, welcome back, Forky.
Someone shoot the damn thing!
So, someone declared, "Someone shoot the thing!" That's the first mate there. There's a fun thing. It's not shooting this guy back here, who I should know somehow. I know Paul. I mean, by outfits, these are the stewards. I just don't know which steward this is. This could be the second mate steward, the fourth mate steward, or the ship steward, based on outfits. Actually, wait, are you the third? These are the midshipmen, right? I'm pretty sure. But then who are you? You've got the midshipman big tie. Same as this guy. Now I'm all kinds of confused. This guy's for sure Charlie. This guy is for sure Peter. This guy is assumed Thomas. I mean, Peter has been locked in. Charles is also a general assumption. But you're one of the stewards. Did we find out how Peter Holt's gunman died? Hang on. I'll go back to Peter Holt's gunman. I'll go back after this sequence. But this guy, who we are supposed to be able to identify now, got shot through the wall by whoever that is in the distance. It won't let me zoom in on them. It won't let me lock on. It'll let me lock on to the first mate, who was up front, but he got shot by this guy, who is, I believe, our Frenchman, if memory serves. Oh, it's zooming in, of course. So it won't let me log on to you. NBD, we gotta solve mysteries. Oh, we gotta solve murders. What's NBD? Who is this? 3 dots. How do they die? He was shot by a gun by someone. Actually, I can put... Oh, well, I can't do it right now, because I've got to activate a new body. No big deal. Am I that old, out of touch? People don't say NBD anymore. No, I've never... You're not out of touch. I'm out of touch. I never got with text speech at any point. I'm so old, I don't even know the old text speech, let alone the new text speech. Older. But let's not go into it. This unknown soul is... I'm pretty sure it's an unknown steward. Based on outfit. What scene was Hold's Gunsman? That was one of the scenes on the top deck. I think it was... You... Was it you? Hang on. Oh yeah, here we go. Hold's Gunsman. There we go. Peter Hold's Gunsman. We know he was shot. And we know the gunner is down below deck. This guy is more likely the gunner's mate. Who was he shot by? He was... Okay, and then he was... Thomas Lank was stabbed by this guy. So if we're saying he's the gunner's mate, Thomas Lank got stabbed by the gunner's mate. Who was this guy shot by? This guy was shot by this man, who we don't have the identifying info for, at least according to the game. But he's clearly wearing the same kind of hat that the third mate, captain, first mate, and second mate are wearing, so I'm pretty sure this is the fourth mate. Pretty sure. He's got a cool hat. Oh, absolutely, this guy's got a cool hat. Hat gang unite. That reminds me, I was told by the dungeon master for next week's session that we have to bring our thinking caps. And I said I'll just bring my hat box and just pass hats out to around the table. And also, we collectively agreed as players that we're all doomed. We are all doomed. We are the kind of players that will look at a door and spend an hour trying to figure out how to get through the door when there's a hole in the wall right next to the door. True story. So he has great faith in us. I think you are also an unknown steward based on your outfit. Nobody in any D&D podcast I have ever listened to says, I'll try to open the door normally when the DM says there's a door. Yeah. It's because it doesn't work. You can't open a door normally. That's not how that works. Who are you? Who are you and how am I supposed to know who you are? Okay, you guys were the ones that were on the boat, right? Or at least you were. You were one of the people on the boat. How am I supposed to know who you are now? Okay, well... There's this guy falling into the water. If I go down here... This is the guy...
I've got you. Don't move. I'll get you down.
This is the surgeon, right? Yeah, this is Henry Evans pulling him off the wall. This is the butcher. Clearly got spiked. This is Peters. I don't know which Peters. Haven't gotten to that part yet. Here's the thing that we're working on. Trying to identify. There's Peter. Malroy. There's you. There's Alfred. We know that's Alfred. Yikes, that's a rough way to go. Yeah, getting spiked into a wall. We've got the steward ripped a spike out of himself and is climbing back behind here to try and get away from the whole situation. This is the last midshipman. All the midshipmen over here. Honestly, kudos to the midshipmen for lasting through all of the stuff to the at least this point. Because at least two of them die during the like chapters 7 with the Kraken and chapter 9 post Kraken. This guy was spiked by a terrible beast. He's a top shipman in our hearts. Actually, the midshipmen are higher ranking than topmen because midshipmen are the officers in training. They're basically learning the officer positions so that they can become ship officers, whereas the topmen are essentially seamen with the extra responsibility of being up in the riggings. I believe the Give me the glossary at the end. Higher rated seamen specializing in working above the deck in the sails and the riggings, midshipmen, officers in training. Assist various officers and tradesmen in order to learn ship operations. Usually a privileged status. And stewards are servants to an officer, performing general duties for the comfort of their employer. Oh yes, there's lots of seamen on this ship. Let's take a gander at how this guy died. Now that's a scream. Never been on fire, Charlie. Peter stabbed the thing right in the face. Henry covering his eyes. This guy's the unknown steward crawling his way back. The butcher's already been spiked. You got Alfred bringing in the hand cannon. Thomas over here. What else is over here? Oh, we've got these two guys who have clearly been decapitated. You, who are the Frenchman, but the game doesn't think I can identify you as the Frenchman. There's the first mate. Obviously, there's more that way. I think you died from burning to death. My good Charles. Herstick. Burned to death. Solved. More people. 3 more fates. We did confirm that was Charles. And the butcher. And the midshipman was, in fact, knifed by the gunner's mate. So that confirms that... Well, what did you call him? Peter Gunman? Peter Holds Gunsman. Peter Holds Gunsman was in fact Olus Waiter, the gunner's mate. So now here we have a fun question. What do we mark as the death here? We're no use! Because clearly, that's the claws of the creature, right? So they're clawed. But their heads are taken off. So they're decapitated. So would you mark them as clawed? Or decapitated? Also, don't know who you are, but the game says I should. That's the steward that got speared. This is the butcher who's about 10 seconds away from having a bad time. That's Charles, who burns to death, but he's the one who came up with the idea of burning this thing in the first place, so kudos on him. Peter's fighting off one of its legs. Thomas is getting blasted back through this fence here. Oh, see, here's one coming down now. Soldiers of the Sea. So I could put clawed by a terrible beast. Or I could put decapitated by a terrible beast. Either one works, I'm 90% sure. Clawed by a terrible beast, or decapitated by a terrible beast. You're opening the passage! Hang on. I gotta go up to this guy who's already been spiked. I wonder how he died. It could have been spikes. It could have been pneumonia. Who knows? He died of scurvy out on the high seas. A demon.
What's going on? Stay back. It's already done for Nick. Hey.
Stay back, it's already done for Nick. Hey, catch. Hua. Oh, Peters. There's Lars. It's the gang. All here. This guy has to be Nick, because he's got a spear through him, and it's already done for Nick. Abraham! I got bad news for your future, Abraham. You might be living through this right now, but the Kraken's the follow-up act. Indemon! I don't know what language that is. It's being translated. But honestly, this guy, he took spears, but oh, I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to activate this. That guy took spikes, but he chucked that axe. This guy was the one we just watched, spiked by a terrible beast. Okay. Now, the guy who took a spear. Heave, run. Okay. Already done for Nick. Where's Nick? Sam. Nicholas. Nicholas Botterill. Are you the only Nick? I mean, there's Edward Nicholas, the second mate, but I know you're not the second mate, buddy. Nicholas Botterill. It's the row of top men. And actually, I'm supposed to be able to identify all of these guys now. Probably by the fact that it's just a row of top men just sitting together. Oh, I was like, what's that weird symbol? It's because I've got this guy bookmarked right now. Remove the bookmark. Because that's the guy with the arm tattoo. This is the page we're about to unlock. And then there's one more before this and one more after it. So that's Nick. He's getting speared. This guy's falling from the sky. You're identifiable, but I don't know how or why you're identifiable. It's a 3-star difficulty, so it's a difficult identification. You, I can identify now. I know you're the Frenchman. And I know this guy who was shot by the Frenchman through the wall. So I can mark those off now by the logic that the game, whatever logic the game gave, I don't know. But I like my logic. It makes sense to me, even if the game said I needed to wait a little bit. There's Brennan. I don't know who you are, but you tried to sneak off with one of the lifeboats. You're the guy whose body magically disappeared when the cannon got fired below deck. You were speared by a foreign enemy. No, by a terrible beast. Okay. Foreign enemy doesn't count. Terrible beast. And then we've got the decapitation and the bosun's mate torn apart. Gonna go ahead and do this. Get the ghost light moving during the ad break. It's to go circle around the rigging. Out of to this guy. Okay, before we go into this one, though, I'm going to go get more tea with the tea water that I heated up on the last ad break. I will be right back. I return with tea in hand, ready to dive into the next death. You, sir, are one of the top men. So let's mark you unknown topman, because you're working up in the riggings. I could make assumptions that you're one of the 3 Chinese topmen, but there's Maba. You're Wei Li. We know what happens to Wei Li. You are... Who are you? Ah, there we go. You are also an unknown topman. I marked you as a seaman, but you were one of the Russians. So you are the Russian topman, Leonid. who was shot by Emily Jackson. And also, since I know who you are that was shot by Emily Jackson, Paul was killed by a sword by an unknown attacker who happens to have been you, the Russian topman. Where's the Russian topman? Leonid. Paul was killed by Leonid. Leonid was killed by the lady. And it's fading out, but it's gonna... There's no bodies to find here. This unknown topman was electrocuted via lightning bolt. Honestly, the most normal death. You are no longer fully unknown. You are an unknown topman. And I'll be honest, you're either Lewis Walker or Omid Gul, and Lewis Walker feels a lot more reasonable. Because I'm pretty sure this is Omid Gul. It has to be. Based on that headdress, and the fact that he's an unknown topman. You are Omid. Yep. Confirmed 3 more people. And we can confirm you as an unknown topman. And there's only 4 topmen left, and you don't look Chinese. So you're going to be Lewis Walker. And you're one of the 3 unknown Chinese topmen. You're one of the 3 unknown Chinese topmen. And you're the 3rd unknown Chinese topman. So that's Maba, that's Omid. You're the Russian. And you're the Englishman. And you guys are all working on trying to bring in the sales. Deal with the storm. Here we are, the cargo deck. We made it. There's a padlock on the lazarette.
Keep pressure here.
Hold him down. What madness is this? 20 years my steward had never a doubt on your sanity. Explain yourself. Those ungodly beasts carry a curse. Throw them back or doom us all. Tie him up and put him in the lazarette with those things. He may yet find his senses. Come on.
You fools!
Been in worse spots, I think. Where's the rest of his leg?
Where's the rest of his leg? So they called him John, but he's not John Davies because he's not the fourth mate. This guy doesn't look fourth matey. So he's got to be John Naples. That's the only other John. The rest of his leg is all the way down there, around the corner. This is the captain's steward, because it's the captain that's talking about. Where's the stewards? Philip Dahl, Captain Stewart. Because he's like, 20 years, my steward! Not once have I questioned your sanity. That's Charles, the bosun's mate. Can I look at who you are? There you go. First, oh, that's the first mate. This is the surgeon, right? Yep, that's the surgeon. This is the unknown steward. That's the surgeon's mate. So you got the surgeon and the surgeon's mate tending to him. This is Alfred. And Alfred's the bosun, the bosun and the bosun's mate. Taking care here. This is a different chapter, though. I wanted to finish the last one of chapter... This is chapter 5, Unholy Captives. I wanted to finish chapter... I wanted to finish chapter 6 off before I started this. I don't know what happened, actually. Sword, leg. By the captain's mate. Okay, so... Killed sword, technically? By the captain's mate. Where's captain's mate? Captain Stewart. Oh, wait, hang on, I can go up. I could go upstairs during that? Okay, hold on. You're gonna direct me upstairs. But not through those stairs. You're gonna direct me upstairs through these stairs. And be like, wow, there's a body here. And that's great and all. But I got two things I gotta do. One, try and find the last actual death from the other one. Two, go upstairs. You are... Oh, that's the artist coming to look. That's the butcher. Who's stopping them? Wait, nope, nope. The gunner's mate. You are the guy who got... One of the guys who got spiked. You're someone else. That's Abram. That's, the third mate, Martin, right? Yeah, that's Martin. You are... Willem, that's the guy whose body I'm about to go and investigate. That's the chest that had the shell in it. Being brought down by you, who I should know. These are the two Russians that I have left. The Oh, no, no, this guy and the guy in the firing line. You're one of the Russians, and you're one of the Russians. I don't know who you are, actually, but the game says I should, and same for you. And you're Lars. But where's the door out? Down here, around past those guys. Okay, so I can come over to this side. I just had to go around, down and around to get over there. He got tossed into the lazarette. So his corpse is probably in the lazarette. In the book, though, the last part of Soldiers of the Sea says on the cargo deck. So to finish Soldiers of the Sea, I need to find... Here we are. Is that all? Dude's getting stabbed by a spear. He's like, is that all? Take shotgun. I don't know who you are, man, but absolute kudos with that blast. I don't know who you are either, but I'm apparently supposed to know who you are. Well, 3 dots. Supposed to. There's Charles. Charles Minor. There's Omid. Omid, get him! Corpse was moved post-mortem. How did this guy die? I mean, technically he was speared. By a terrible beast. Oh, and Maba was here, too. I didn't notice you, Maba. Alright, that finishes out that chapter. Chapter 6 done. Now we just have Chapter 1, Chapter 5, and Chapter 4 as the only chapters left to explore before the end game. Yeah, this takes us to Chapter 1. Let's just knock Chapter 1 out. These are the Peters. This is the accident that this guy said, I saw the whole thing! Because there's Lars, who got blamed for the accident. There's one of the Russians. Whoever you are. The Formosan already guarding this door. Solomon and Renfred before they succumb to illness. I can't zoom in on any of the people up there. Actually play. Hey, Blaze! Hey, Blaze! What's up? Yeah, I'm actually playing it. People told me the game kills bitrate, but it looks fine. Yeah, that's what I was saying, Blaze. When you were streaming it, I didn't notice any significant drops in quality. How you doing? Hang on, let me give you a shout out. I haven't given anybody a shout out all day yet, but kind of doing this because I haven't been keeping up with what you've been playing lately, so I'm doing it to just see what you've been playing. Tiny Rogues. Oh, I love this game. I've played it before. Though. It's been a while, and because of you talking about wanting to stream it, and because of conversations with other people, it's just been on my mind recently, and I just want to go through it again. But I've played it before, and I love it. It's an absolute blast. Complicated enough to forget the puzzles? I mean, yes and no. There are some things that you will hold on to. Like, there were a couple of people that were an absolute pain to identify my first time through. And so it's very difficult for me to forget those few things. And then there's also, like, some aspects to the puzzle that are, like, more obscure that it's like, okay, I remember the reasoning behind this and how you get there because I had to spend a long time figuring it out. That makes sense? Yeah. But it is definitely the kind of thing where if you put enough time between the last time you played and the next time you played, you can forget a lot of the nitty-gritty. Unidentified stowaway expecting free passage, eventual freedom was instead crushed. Other people present include... Actually, was there... This guy. More difficult stuck stuff. Yeah, the more difficult stuff sticks with you. Because if you spend a long time trying to figure out who someone is, it's gonna sort of stick with you. That you once you eventually figure it out. But no, if you're still planning on streaming it at some point, which I definitely think you should, I would love to see you go through all of this game on your own without spoilers. Not to send you away, but I definitely think that you should go off for minimum spoilers. You can leave a lurk if you want, or you can just hop off, but This convinced me to do it. I'm not really paying attention to the game to avoid spoilers. Got it. Got it. Orlop stern, nether tiller. Let her away.
Wait! Wait! No!
Okay, so the rope snapped, and I know from an earlier conversation this guy is one of two people. And the game says, oh, you can figure out who he is. But it's a 50-50 guess, just like with the Russians I have left. There's two Russians who were speaking Russian to each other, but I don't know which Russian is which Russian. Just like how I don't know between this guy and his brother which one's which, without just guessing and hoping to get the confirmation from the game. This guy was crushed by cargo. And this guy, I don't know how, but I'm supposed to know who these two people are somehow from one of the scenes that I wandered through. Yeah, there's Lars, who blamed for the whole thing. Those guys are still doing the thing, because this is seconds before the guy in the stowaway gets crushed as well. So that's the whole cargo chapter. And now that we finished the cargo chapter, before we go into the next thing, since ads want to run anyway, I'm going to run the ads just like 20 seconds early. Gonna go quick, take a bathroom break. We'll be right back. That was actually really good timing. The thing says that the ad break just finished. Right as I walked in the door. Alright. So, we've got 2 chapters left. One of them is... Okay, where was the body? Not for chapter 2, not for chapter 3. Chapter 4 is... We're going to work our way backwards through chapter 4, but we have to go to chapter 5. Which... Okay, well, I don't know where the follow-up body is on here, but I'm sure I can find it if I go back in to... Where is it? Where is that leg? Leg! Okay, I did mute myself. It's behind the stairs. Here we go. If I go back into the leg, to this, and then I go up the stairs here. In this scene, there he is. Okay, so up the big stairs. It won't let me go into... It won't let me chain the memory from inside the memory if I haven't been in the chained memory at least once. So I go up the big stairs and then around. To here. There we are. Oh, this guy didn't... This guy died because they dropped the stretcher. And it just slammed his face into a barrel. You! You're coming out of the carpenter's room. You're Winston Smith and Marcus Gibbs. How do I know which one's which? They're the carpenter and the carpenter mate. The 2 Americans on board. One was speared, and the other was spiked. So they don't make it through the next segment. Crushed. No, none of those feel right. No, didn't fall overboard or this. I mean, he fell down some stairs. That could apply. Wasn't struck by a tail, wings, or hooves. None of those apply. I guess fell stairs? Okay, that works. That's 3 more. Fell down the stairs. Killed by a sword. And there, yep, Lewis Walker. We did confirm the topman who wasn't Chinese was, in fact, the topman who wasn't Chinese. I like potato! Congratulations on grabbing up first. Nobody got it. I had so many people pass through before you got here. I don't have enough for tea. Well, I'll tell you anyway. I am currently drinking Lapsang Souchong. I made another cup of it. But this time with a little bit of catnip. So it's not just pure Lapsang, it's Lapsang with a bit of catnip thrown in. Just to give it a little extra kick. Honestly, though, I should have put in more catnip and less Lapsang, because Lapsang is overpowering. I can barely taste the catnip. Me personally playing some Helldivers too. It's actually, it's funny, because we were just dealing with, earlier in this, not quite the same thing, but these came on board. Sipping your liberty. Very nice. That looks like something out of my hometown. Oh.
What your foot in?
Hey there, what's this? Give him to me and I can fry us a solid meal, boys.
Give it to me and I can... Okay. Okay.
One tick, gentlemen. There's a free shell here.
I know.
No, get back.
This guy's got to be the cook. He was talking about cooking it up. Also, struck with a tail. These are the brothers. He's about to fall down those stairs. He's the midshipman watching the whole procession. Yep. Who are you? You are the steward. I don't know what steward. For the record, I was born in Australia. Okay, yeah, you know what? Australia makes sense. That does look like something from Australia. I will admit. Sorry, I got excited about being able to identify someone. alongside their death. Struck tail. Mm.
What the hell is going on? What do you know about these things? About the chest and your dead friends?
What are these monsters? You must tell us everything. This is your fault. The shell must be protected. We will all die.
Shell? What shell?
He talk about shell. Very dangerous. So so this guy is one of the Chinese top men. He's acting, I think, as a translator for the Formosans. But this Formosan got stabbed, spiked, rather. We had one spike land right between the legs of the captain. This guy barely dodged a spike. They're bringing this stuff back on board. Still don't know who you are. Still don't know who you are. That's third mate. Yeah, well, I can't zoom in on anybody anymore. We know people live inland, period. 12 spiders in one home. And no one cares. Also far from their islands. Except for some, kind of secluded from the world, yet for some reason out there, out of them on, there's like 20 million languages. And like 90% of people live on the coasts. I feel like I lost track of where that. I feel like I lost track of what you were saying partway through. Are you still talking about Australia? Because I don't feel like 20 million languages is accurate necessarily. I mean, I could be wrong. There could be 20 million languages in Australia, but it's called exaggeration. Okay, fair enough. Fair enough. How did they die? This guy was spiked by a terrible beast. Do I know who they are? No, they're one of the Formosan guards. But between the Formosan guard and the last of the royalty, I don't know. The other guy that died is where? Who else died during this spiking? Oh, you! The spike went all the way through. Oh, good grief. Spiked. We were both spiked. I did not see the spike coming out the back. Thoomph. Straight through. Double kill. It's quite a lot. Someone died. No, man. That's, someone died is kind of the nature of this whole game. In fact, I would go so far as to argue almost everyone died. I trade for spices, they trade for dices. Not the same. Alright, hang on, let me... We're getting to the bottom of that one. So I'll go ahead and tell you now. The follow-up cup is Irish Breakfast. Is what I've got prepped as the backup. Irish Breakfast, yes. Okay, where is the body that was laid out? Or am I still... Oh, I'm still ghost lighting. Hang on. Gotta watch the ghost light take its full course. Here it is. Ahoy!
Wait! Don't shoot! I have treasure! I yield! Hold your fire!
Hold your fire! Who are you? Ah! The Formosan. I mean, it makes sense. He's shooting... Because this guy is literally bringing back the dead body of one of the people he was supposed to be guarding. We know this is the second mate. And yeah, there's Miss Lim, the other Formosan royalty, and you are... I'm supposed to be able to identify you. I'm gonna say, based on hats, you're the fourth mate. Because this is the second mate. We've already locked in the third mate and the first mate and the captain, who are the other people with those hats. Hold your fire. Immediately fire. Yeah. Well, okay, to be fair, like I said, this guy is guarding royalty. He's one of the guards of the royalty. This guard got executed because this guy committed a murder and then framed the other guard. And then this guy kidnapped the royalty that this guy's supposed to be guarding. And this guy's just not having it. He's like, I don't care, you said hold fire. This guy got all of my friends killed. I'ma shoot him. He was shot. gun by unknown passenger. Let's do unknown passenger because we know it's one of two people and they're both passengers. Again, we've got 50-50s. Dude's arm is gone. Are you there, Miss Lim? Okay, dude's arm is on fire. You got Shell with one of the mermaids. Shell with one of the mermaids. Miss Lim clearly looking better. Or has had a better day. This guy's just bringing another mermaid up on the boat. And then this guy's got, like I said, literally his arm is on fire. I'm gonna say he burned. The Calling, Part 5. Who is this? We can't identify. His face is still blurred. What happened? Burned. Let's find out what happened to Miss Lim. And this is the last ghost flame. Last like spirit trail to follow. Because the rest of the bodies were lost at sea. I have it. Hold on. Man shoves his arm in a box, sends out beams of death at the, or at least paralyzation. The mermaids. This guy's seen better days. That's the second mate literally cowering for his life. This guy's been speared. This guy's been speared. Honestly, this is, which mate is this? This is the fourth mate? Or is this is the second mate that, yeah, okay, this is the second mate that came out here. So, this Stewart that's with him, probably the second mate Stewart. That's what makes most sense. It's got to be the second mate Stewart. Samuel Galligan. Miss Lim. Clearly getting attacked by the mermaid shortly before this. That guy's been speared. Honestly, most of these people have just been speared. Hmm. We gotta work our way backwards. And then identify how she died from a previous scene.
O'Hagan, you still breathing?
O'Hagan.
Hero? Nichols, sir, shoot them for God's sake!
O'Hagan and Nicholas. Okay. Neither of the Russians I have left are O'Hagan or Nicholas. That's Nicholas. Nicholas is... Okay. She is clearly getting clawed by a terrible beast. Let's go! Well done, 3 more fates! That's 33, I believe. Okay, so O'Hagan. That's... Guy getting... O'Hagan, are you still breathing? Question. Who's O'Hagan? Patrick O'Hagan. One of these guys is O'Hagan. It's not you. It's not you. It could be you. And it's not the guy who's talking, because he's talking to O'Hagan. Speared. Terrible beast. O'Hagan, you still breathing? Can you row? I imagine you are O'Hagan. That feels like a reasonable assumption. So let's put you in as O'Hagan.
Keep rowing! Where is it?
Bang! The chest.
Give us a weapon! Shoot it! Mike,
Miss Lim, stay down.
grab the oars and row, you fools!
Okay. So, you... Hang on. It bang sa, which means the other guard has to be Cho Tan. They got both of the Russians on board. Yeah, Nicholas has the gun. This guy took a spear straight through the noggin. The other Russian gets pulled into the sea. 2 Russians get drowned. Who is this? I should know, but I don't. How did they die? Speared through the face. No, they're considered terrible beasts, not a foreign enemy. Because that's how Miss Lim died. You're the first one speared, though.
Keep course due east. We'll reach the Canaries in 3 days.
We'll reach the Canaries in 3
Aye,
days.
sir. Check the load of them, I said.
Good. Stay quiet and alert. If the wind picks up, we've no chance against the Obra Dinn. 休假！你玩抓不？
The chest must not fall into the ocean. If the monsters come, you must stay down.
Shut it up.
They say strange things about monsters.
Yeah. You are not Patrick O'Hannigan, I don't think. I retract my declaration that you are Patrick. Because I believe you were one of the 3 top men. So are you Patrick? Don't know. I'm going to put you as unknown topman for the moment. You're one of the Russians. You get drowned. The other Russian gets drowned. So if we got 2 Russians, we got the topman who was translating. Then you have to be, the last guy has to be Patrick. Speared. By Terrible Beast. You're one of the Russians. You have to be Patrick. Where's Where's Patrick? Patrick O'Hannigan. Well done. 3 more fates. Patrick O'Hagan. Itbengsia. And Chotan. Two people went missing. It was the 2 Russians. And they were both drowned by a terrible beast.
Boy! In there somewhere! Storm's coming! Finish your business and climb down here!
So at this point, we've visited every sequence, and at any point we can now climb down and end the game to the final thing. But we have to, if we want to lock in any of the fates that we've come across, we need to actually mark the people properly. So this guy is clearly wrong how he died. So let's actually go back into Miss Lim. And go back into Samuel.
You still breathing? Can you roll? Nichols, sir, shoot them for God's sake! Aye, sir. Checked and loaded them myself.
Stay quiet and alert. If the wind picks up, we've no chance against the...
I don't think he was speared by a beast. It didn't look like he took a spear, actually. I think he was knifed by... where's the passengers? Passengers! Here we are. Huxeng Lao. Or if I can do spiked. No, spiked by a terrible beast. Knifed by Huxeng Lao. I could guess between the 2 Russians, which Russian is which. I can guess between the 2 Peters. I can guess between the 3 Chinese top men. But there's supposed to be ways of determining them properly. And I think it has to do with scenes that feature not this deck, the gun deck above here. scenes that take place with the hammocks hung up. Like, that's hammock 44. Who is passenger 44, or not passenger, but crew member number 44 in the crew log? Lewis Walker, who was clubbed by Witterell. Because Lewis Walker, his hammock is still up because he survives right up to the end. Let's just go into a random memory here. That doesn't help. There's no hammocks hung up there. Telling the two Russians apart feels basically impossible without just guessing and having the game confirm which one is which. So I'm just gonna guess you are where's the Russians? Here we go. Are you Aleski? No. Then are you Alcrus? Also no? Okay. I'm gonna go back with Aleski and assume your friend Alcrus. What if you're Aleski and you're Alcrus? Okay. Here we're in the part of the game where I don't remember how, and we've been going for 4.5 hours. I'm just gonna mark off the we're just gonna do the guess and check method. You're one of the mysterious top men. You're one of the top men, and you're the last top man. These are the 3 top men I have left. So are you Huang Li? And are you Zhejiang? And are you Li Hong? No. Someone in there is wrong. If not all 3. Well, I personally know that this is these. We got the 2 Peters up here. This one's Nathan, and this one's Samuel. Ah, Li Hong was right. Kelly! Welcome on in. Thank you for the bits. Biddy Queen Kelly. Passing on through. Giving me luck and love. We're coming up right on the end. Of course, of course. So if you're not Zhejiang, then you must be Huang Li, which means that you must be Zhejiang. And with you two placed, I can assume you are the fourth mate's steward. Because you're right next to the fourth mate. But you met an unknown fate, so... You're the unknown steward. I've got all the other stewards accounted for, so you gotta be the ship steward. Right? Ship steward? Ship steward. Where's ship steward? Steward, ship steward. Songi Sath. And you look like you could be from India. Yeah, that makes sense. That's the ship steward. We've solidified the last two Chinese top men. Okay. Who else isn't locked in place yet? You, and you. Drowned, spiked, shot. We've figured out all of the stewards. And we've figured out all of the hang on, what's here? Okay. Scroll on down. We've got some seamen left. I feel like the Sierra Leone seaman probably has a similar external identifier like the New Guinea one with its tattoos. Alexander Booth, George Shirley, Hamdao Diom. We can now mark Lin. Lars was clubbed by because we solidified which brother was which. We know who clubbed him to death. So we got 3 seamen. We've got unknown fate stewards. I don't know what's going on with Samuel Gillen. How did he die? Hold on. I need to go back up to the top and go back in. Go back into Miss Lim. That is a knife. That is indeed a knife. So, do I have my stewards backwards? Because you're clearly the steward. You're wearing the steward outfit.
You still breathing?
Not you.
Nichols, sir, shoot them for God's sake!
Ship steward's been locked in, and so have the first and third mate stewards. Fourth mate steward makes sense to be standing next to the fourth mate. So this has to be the second mate steward, so I can't have that wrong. And that definitely looked like a knife. By Lao. And you're Lao. No, you're... I put the wrong... Okay, that's my bad. Hook Sing Lao was the guy who was executed. I put the wrong Formosan. Okay. That's on me. That's right now. It bang. It bang. Okay. Who else do we have? We've got... Third mate's got an unknown fate, because... That's just... the nature of it. Henry Evans is an unknown fate. The Carpenter and the Carpenter's mate, we got a 50-50 on them. There's the Carpenter, speared by a terrible beast. Now that I put the right person as stabbing you with a knife. And Lars. There's Lars, there's the Carpenter. The Carpenter's mate is you. You've got to be the purser. You're dressed way too fancily. And so you've got to be an officer, and the only officer I have left is the purser. You're also grouped with the officers and the midshipmen. So... now it's down to these three seamen. One of which is from Sierra Leone, the other two are from England. You're the one from Sierra Leone. Do I have any reasoning why, or how I would know that? No. I like at the top that I said, "Oh, I'm gonna restrict myself to only putting things that I know for sure," and then right at the end, I'm just like, "All right, let's just finish the game." Because back. Oh, welcome back, Potato. We're finishing up. This guy was blasted with a cannon. He's either Alexander Booth or nope, not don't change that. Change who he is. Or George Shirley. Oh, this guy was shot by the fourth mate. I was like, there's got to be one more fate that I don't know yet. And yeah, that guy being blasted by a cannon was the correct thing. It just... I can't get into the lazarette because bargain chapter will remain unknown until you leave the ship and return the book to me. But the escape... People at the end of the escape, we know it's Emily Jackson, Miss Jane Bird, Davy James, and Henry Evans. And where is the forward from? Henry Evans. French Office of Affairs in Morocco. So he wants it back to Morocco. So they must have escaped on the boat to Morocco. Alive. Excuse me. Can I... Oh, here's the full map of where they went. Oh no, they were headed south. They were headed south. They loaded up in England, went south, sailed around by the Canary Island, and then around here they got turned around and started heading north again, and then just made it back over here. Two more fates. Alive in Africa. Alive in Africa. Preface. Alive in Africa. Live in Africa. All currently solvable fates correct. There is nothing left to do on the Obra Dinn. So I will wait until the ads are done, which they should be done in any moment now. Okay, there they are. Welcome back, everybody. We figured that the boat probably went to Morocco, since that's where the book is getting sent back to. So we are ready to pack up.
So we won't be coming back.
Ah, that's the, you have to hold still, right, to end this part. Declare yourself done.
Sit down so you don't fall out.
And now we get into the final chapter, Bargain. Tie up all the loose ends. Also, we get to 1 week later. The insurance assessment for the good ship Obra Dinn, Victims' Calamities. Honorable East India Company. Prepared by the Company Office of Investigations. Ship damaged in squall Atlantic, sunk in storm. Payout 20,000 claim. So after we leave, the ship sinks in the storm that follows that we leave during. So there's no going back for anybody to reinvestigate. The cargo lost 5,000 to the company. For the Crown, the cargo lost 3,000. Paid out in restitution. Captain Witterell, murder of 4 crewmates. Estate forfeited to the Crown. The first mate, attempted mutiny. Estate fined 25. You'd think that the captain preventing the mutiny would have a less harsh of a penalty than the attempted mutiny of 25 pounds, but it is what it is. I mean, he's the captain. I guess they hold him to a higher standard. They were his employees that he murdered. And murder is obviously more severe than an attempted mutiny. But the second mate, murder of crew members, 2 attempted mutiny, theft of cargo, estate fined 100. Only 100 pounds. He also attempted mutiny, stole cargo, and killed 2 people. His estate should be forfeited to the Crown. Third mate, unknown. Finding of merit. Extraordinary valor, exceptional performance of duties. Estate awarded outstanding wages and reward 90 pounds. The fourth mate murdered a crewmate, 15 pounds. You heard it here. You murder one crewmate, you get charged 15 pounds. Exceptional performance of duties, state awarded outstanding wages. Alfred gets money. The bosun's mate, unfortunately, is charged 15 pounds because he fired a bullet that killed one of the stewards. Surgeon, 50 pounds. That's the outstanding wages. Surgeon's mate, 50 pounds. The carpenter, 60 pounds. Carpenter's mate, 30. The cook, 40. Butcher, 40. The gunner, 70. Gunners get paid a lot. Outstanding wages. Gunner's mate, 50. Fined. The gunner's mate, murder of one crew member, attempted mutiny, fined 50 pounds. Purser, 50 pounds. Helmsman, 30. Interestingly enough, the purser, abandonment of crew and vessel, still awarded outstanding wages. Helmsman, the artist. Passenger, no claims made for the passengers that were murdered and crushed. The one who murdered a crewmate, fined 35 pounds. Abandonment of crew and vessel for the passenger, fined 10 pounds. No claim made. Murder, fined. One murder, fined. And no claim made about Hok Sung Lao. Outstanding wages for the ship steward. Murder of a crewmate. Failure to perform duties. Even though the fate's unknown, already fined 35 pounds. Outstanding wages for first mate steward, second mate steward, attempted mutiny, theft of cargo, 50 pounds fined. Third mate steward, outstanding wages of 10 pounds. So the first mate steward's being paid 45 pounds. I guess exceptional performance of duties, died in the line of duty, whereas the third mate steward was crushed by a loose cannon. So I guess there's probably an upsell of wages there. No claim about the fourth mate steward. Then we got the midshipman, 40 pounds, 30 pounds, 50 pounds. Extraordinary valor is the 40 pounds. The 30 pounds is the general one. And the 50 pounds was extraordinary valor and exceptional performance of duties. Although, I'll be honest, I'd say that the Thomas got gypped. Because he was trying to alert everybody about the mutiny. I'd say that's extraordinary performance of duty, or at least extraordinary valor. Topmen 35 for the top men. All the top men except for the one who attempted mutiny and tried to steal some cargo, getting fined. Whaley deserves a little bit more. Nicholas, a little bit less. Didn't do anything special. Maba, you earned that 45, Maba. Attempted mutiny, obviously, comes with a fine. Murder of crewmate, a lesser fine than attempted mutiny, as we've discovered. Interestingly enough. The theft of cargo, attempted mutiny, that's the fines of 50. Murder of a crewmate, as well as abandonment of crew and vessel. Outstanding wages of a seaman, only 15 pounds. Unless they did something outstanding or exceptional, then they can have 25 pounds. Murder. Aw. Sorry, buddy. You commit a murder, you're getting fined. Interestingly, though, we've got somebody who abandoned the crew and vessel, but did nothing else wrong, so gets a deduction, but still ends up positive in the money. Plus 5 pounds instead of plus 15. Total claim 29,285. On behalf of the Honorable East India Company, certify all statements are accurate and declare this matter closed in its entirety. I don't want to, but the game makes you. Declare it closed in its entirety before you get the final chapter. Paga Watch remains in your possession. Book returns to its original owner, Henry Evans, in Morocco, as requested. Pack it all up and send it away. One year later. Well, yeah, no, if it's going to take a year to send it out and get back the response, then I understand why. Come in. I'm just sitting at my desk having a nice cup of tea. What's all that noise out there? Who was it?
A package at this hour. Oh, the thing smells just dreadful. Better you don't open it inside.
Right. Yes. He's in the kitchen if you need more. Thank you. Yeah, you know what? He is in the kitchen if I need more. Which, I am almost out of tea, but I'm going to finish this out rather than go refill tea. Chief Inspector, I write to you with this unfortunate news that Dr. Evans has passed away. He succumbed to his illness shortly after receiving your package. He was very pleased with your correspondence and asked that his gratitude be expressed by returning this book to you, along with the means to complete it. As for the three of us that remain, the Obra Dinn is a distant memory and a dreadful chapter in our lives that we wish to forget. Do not write back. Regards, Jane Bird. Oh, so no longer Miss Jane Bird, are we? Did we find a certain someone to get hitched to? Perhaps the steward who sailed off with you. This tale belongs to you now. Please finish it. It's a monkey's paw. 'Cause remember, Henry Evans had a pet monkey that we saw in one scene.
There you are. Collect your things. Where's the key? To that door. Gone? There's no time. We need to go. Right. What are you up to?
What are you up to? Nothing good. He sent his monkey in and then shot the monkey. He shot his own monkey. Also, there's the Captain Stewart. And there's... Oh! The third mate. I like the third mate. Okay. Well... Henry Evans over here shooting his own monkey. I don't know who he was talking to. Presumably... someone standing behind him that I can't see. Chapter 8. Bargain. He had the rope tied on around the monkey so that he could pull his monkey back, cut the paw off, and then send the paw with the watch or with the book afterwards, rather. A friendly but not entirely pleasant monkey companion was sacrificed in pursuit of knowledge. 2 others were present, literally the steward and surgeon. But also the third mate's body was down here, so that's where we go next.
A third shell. Captain didn't toss them all. Leave it. Help me lift this. Stop! Why? Well, set you free. Give it the shell. Here. Do it. Hoist it out. To the main deck. Throw it over. Lock the door when you leave. Get the tail, boy. In return, the ship.
In return, the ship.
The Obra Dinn. See it home.
So, the third mate is setting the mermaid free with the request to the mermaid that she help guide the ship back home, which she does. And in fact, during the sequences earlier on board the ship, you can see this sparkle in the distance of the shell. Just a neat little detail. Nice touch. Martin, how did Martin die? He was unfortunately spiked by one of the mermaids. Paul helped carry it out, as did the fourth mate, Stuart.
I'll kill every last one of you monsters. Withdraw the Kraken, or I will kill you all!
So here, that's a nice shell sitting in that guy's lap. So here, the captain is doing his own bargaining of withdraw the Kraken, or I will kill you all. I think the third mate had a little bit more tact, especially after getting spiked while trying to free the mermaid. So that one was clearly speared by the captain. I don't know. It's not a crew member. I don't have to mark how it died. Yeah, captured beast fought against its jailer, was speared for its troubles. Interestingly, so I've got the third mate. It was spiked, but who even do I have left to mark? Literally just the Captain Stewart, who was locked in here with the mermaids. Alright, let's see the first mermaid that he stabbed, probably, or shot. Call it off.
This is your Kraken! You brought it here! Send it back!
Yep. Bang bang! He shot that one, he stabbed the other with this spear on the ground. The third one lived and was carried out by the third mate. And the Captain Stewart has a shell and a chest, much like the... Actually, this might even be the same shell and chest. It was brought back aboard from the Formosan royalty. Actually, it has to be. It has to be. Unholy creatures, defiant shrieks, greeted with a fatal bullet. And now, the final body. The Captain Stewart.
What's this?
Locked up in here.
Quicksilver.
Literally stuck his hand in the Quicksilver, burning his hand off to get another shell. Good job, buddy. 10 out of 10 life choices. Burned. Well done, all fates correct. The final two fates marked off properly. And this is where we leave it. Go up, put the book on the shelf. The end. And that was Return of the Obra Dinn. So, thank you everybody for being here. I know, random 5-hour stream on a day I normally am not available to stream. Probably caught some people off guard, by surprise, but played through it. Blaze is going to actually be playing through this at some point, now that he saw that it actually does work reasonably well from a viewer perspective. So, I'm looking forward to that personally. Let's take a moment while the credits are rolling. See who's streaming at the moment. We got a couple of people streaming. I could raid. There's a decent number of options for who to raid. I think I'm going to raid in to Duke, who passed through here earlier. He's been playing through Final Fantasy Tactics. Really great game. Do recommend it. The ads are going to run, I think, one more time during the credits here, because it's on ads starting soon. I don't want to start a raid while ads are running, so I'm just going to let them do their thing whenever Twitch decides to actually start the ads. Let the credits play out, and then we'll raid out. See if there's any post-credits stuff. I don't remember. I don't think there were post-credits, but I don't remember for sure. Hindi, Swedish, Danish, Russian, farm animals, extra thanks. We're already into the extra thanks section. Thank you for playing! Lucas Pope, thank you for making an excellent, excellent game. Yeah, and then it brings you back out to the menu. Okay. So I'm waiting for the ads to finish. Fun fact, there are other visual styles based on retro computers. You've got the Zenith, the Commodore, IBM, just LCD. The Macintosh is my favorite. That's the default starter option, but the 2 different IBMs, actually. But yes, let's raid out to Duke. He's playing Final Fantasy Tactics. Presumably, I'm unless I've passed, I should be one of his party members somewhere in there. I don't know what I'm playing at the moment. Last I saw, I was a black mage. And for anybody looking for a raid message, generally what I do is I do an alternating ambush raid. Both emotes should be available to anybody following. Thank you for the stream. Thank you for being here, Forky. I appreciate you being here for the whole time. And that applies to everyone. All the lurkers, everyone that passed through. Thank you, everybody, for being here. We'll be back tomorrow with Baldur's Gate 3 at the usual time. Had a dentist appointment halfway through. Got back in time for the raid. Well, I mean, it is what it is. I've got a dentist appointment next month, so that's going to be fun. Anyway, that's it for me. Everybody that came through here, thank you for watching. Have a good rest of your day. Let's raid out.